All right, there we go. All right, cool. All right, so yeah. Uh, so then I guess there's not a lot we can do about making Doge go away. Uh, but doesn't change the fact that just about everything that they're doing is violating something in some way, shape, or form. Do we have enough people? Like, is there enough people and resources in the DOJ to keep doing these lawsuits over and over and over? And
Well,
will they?
the interesting thing is most of the lawsuits aren't coming from the DOJ; they're coming from state level. So
Mm,
yeah, kind of, we have enough people because the states can do it. Because like
okay.
my state just sued the federal government yesterday. Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania just launched a lawsuit against the Trump administration yesterday because you remember that EO about freezing funds and how the
Yeah.
judge overturned it and says he can't freeze those funds. They
Yeah.
never unfroze the funds for PA. The federal government owes Pennsylvania $58 billion that they won't give us access to.
But I mean, is that like this sound like weird? And because I don't know, like if they keep violating all these things that we do to rescind what Trump is trying to do, and then they continue to violate, like, can't they just like, can't the FBI come in and like
If the
escort people?
criminal, if it would be the FBI to the executive branch, then
Okay.
what you'd be looking for is the United States Marshal Service, because the United States Marshal Service is the enforcement branch, the enforcement arm of the judicial branch. So that how it would work is you'd have to say, "Hey, Marshal's branch, go do fucking business," and then the marshals would have to go after the administration.
Gotcha. That's because that's what I was hoping for. Like, are they just gonna go? Can't they just go in there and march him out of there and like end all this madness and hit the reset
And
button?
this was studied last time he was in office with the two impeachments. Who would be the enforcement arm of that? It would be the United States Marshal Service.
Hmm. All right. So Sig, what is it Sig? So what are you doing? Yeah, what do you do? Do you have lives yourself that you're doing kind of the same thing, or do you support lives, or what's going on in
Yeah,
your life that you're trying
he
to?
has his own lives, and sometimes I go on there and talk to his little brother who's dumb as a bag of rocks. It's fun. We have fun over there.
Yeah. So have you been doing it for some time, or
Yeah, I just got into it.
did you? Yeah, I just did.
Finally.
I just did too, like a few months ago, before the election. So, hmm.
Yeah, ever since I met Crow, I've been watching you, so you're always a treat to watch. I love the way you do
Really?
things.
I'm just learning things. That's why it's always good to have Crow and Sylvia and some of the other folks that I co-host with, so that I can learn a good bit more. But when I started doing this, I was listening to like Adam Cray and some of the other creators just to
I
kind of,
love Adam Gray.
yeah. And now you know, like him and Jolly for the most part aren't on TikTok anymore.
So, second you too.
Yeah, and I'm on both. I'm on Substack as well.
I need to finish studying the substance. My mother keeps telling me to go start Substack, and I just haven't.
Wait, I thought Adam still does TikTok
No,
live.
no, he does not.
He does, but now he's one simpler about
Yeah. And him and Jolly both made that announcement that they were not going to do that, and for the most part, they're have been upholding that. He's on Patreon. I know Adam's on Patreon as well. Uh, so yeah, but yeah,
I think a lot of my constitutional arguments I learned a lot about from my argumentative style from watching Adam.
yeah.
Yo, you missed it after you got off. But you missed it after you got off. I went over to Jules, and I had to explain to this guy how words work because, he kept focusing on or the jurisdiction thereof, or the 14th Amendment, and he wasn't grasping that if we don't have jurisdiction over migrants, we can't arrest them.
So did you get my message last night about originalism, Crow?
Yeah. So there's really two sides to it. Originalism is the Constitution is exactly how it was written, and we can assume that based on the spirit of how it was written at the time, it of course evolved on its own. And then there's the pragmatism, which is what I am, which says that no, we need to actually update it accordingly.
So because I was thinking, so that if like the living was it they call it the living Constitution would be
The
what?
living Constitution. I believe in a living Constitution. I argue that we know that it's a living Constitution because we have 27 amendments.
Yeah,
That by itself is acknowledgement that the Constitution is designed to evolve over time.
right.
And originalists will say that the Constitution is as it was, and would lean on things like Federalist Papers and the opinions of the founding fathers as their argument for how the Constitution works.
Can they use that? So could they use the reverse, like on the 14th Amendment, to try to say something about being born here?
That's exactly what the document we were talking to earlier was trying to do. It was like, well, you have to talk about the Federalist Papers and the anti-Federalist Papers and the opinions of the founding fathers at the time, and the opinions of the judges that also wrote the decision on the long-term art case. Like, I'm like, no, we have words being say very clearly. All persons born here or naturalized.
Mhm.
Like, it's a very simple statement. There's no nuance in that. It is a complete clause.
Gotcha. Okay. Hey, and if you're a friendly, you want to come up and chit chat, shoot me a request and come on up. So Sig, you were saying that you are getting into the constitutional law side of things. Is that what you like?
I'm for just upholding the processes. Like, I don't agree with system with system, but I understand that to operate within them to the idealized society. If
Gotcha.
you're choosing to ignore the judges, ignore the laws, you are not existing within the same society that the rest
Gotcha.
of us.
Gotcha. Yeah. A lot. So the constitutional stuff is like I'm like barely like getting to understand. I mean, I understand kind of like the basic concepts of things, but in a lot of cases, like you really got to dig deep on those things, and it takes a good bit of time. I think isn't it Cass Crow that has a pretty deep understanding of the constitutional law?
Yeah, and I also actually know a constitutional lawyer. I should invite her over here. So
Yeah,
she'll panel with me at most sometimes, but you know, like you know me, I know fucking everybody. I got a dude for a thing for goddamn everything. I do know a constitutional lawyer that'll bring up sometime.
yeah. Okay, well that'd be good because I would like to understand a lot more about that. Other than I support the Constitution and the things
Like
that I don't. Go ahead.
you understand, I'm like you in a lot of ways, Gunny. So like a lot of the stuff that I know, I learned from people that I respect teaching it to me.
Right. Uh, Airborne Vet says, "Oh no, not concepts. Concepts of the Constitution is what I know."
Well, no, the more important statement would be from the press secretary who said the Constitution is unconstitutional.
Yeah, how did she even arrive at that?
Yeah. I just can't. Constitution's unconstitutional. Jesus.
Caroline Levitt. Is that
Jay's
different?
having a hard time loading, looks like.
Yeah. Trying to be. I'm trying to do friendlies here today. Maybe let me put Friendly Friday in the banner up here. Maybe that'll get more people excited. I told people at on the last live that we were
Like,
doing this.
so the, uh,
I do. Yeah. Earlier I said like he should put that on with his fuck Trump background.
yeah, so if he sends me the picture, I can make the whole fucker back after that.
Oh yeah,
I actually gave him three backgrounds. I resituated it because I needed to see how the original one looked in front of him or behind him, so I knew where to put stuff. So I sent him three new ones now with three different topics that should actually lay out right on his screen.
yeah, and it works out good on my. I like how the layout for it on my Streamlabs because it fits good with your logos at the top that you made. I'm down here, and then I have the window on the right for showing my browser page. So if I'm
You know,
like,
like I said, I just wanted something that was more you know, so
yeah,
and not like Twitch streamer. Like I'm like you're done. I'm just gonna make something that says done. So that's why it's got like the Semper Fidelis, the fucking flag, and then the big burly muscle man arm with the
yeah,
Marine Corps tattoo on bicep.
right.
You could have added a crayon here and there, but
That would be funny. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get this. So the page on my. Anyway, I'll get into that later. All right, let's see. Where is that? Where are now we have like no friendlies. Let's just I don't know. Slow today. I know everybody's listening.
Jay was looking to debate, and I know this because I looked at his profile before he pulled it up, and it said big Trump fan.
Jay's been here before. We've debated with Jay. He's even been on Mo's lives.
The guy
But
that
that's
I
the Jay I'm thinking of.
the guy that I was just trying to pull up.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find him again. Let's see here. Where did he go? I don't even see him in here now.
Because I recognize the name.
We got Tim Bino, Florida Seawolf. I don't even see him in here now. Yeah, he just hung when he was trying to come up. Weird. So I just saw that and I did a post on it too that uh VA just lost 1,000 employees uh like
Oh.
as of an overnight decision.
So did see because they're coming probationary employees.
Yeah. People were trying to tell me that on my YouTube. So I barely get like when I post stuff about Trump and stuff on there, I don't get a whole lot of responses. But then when I put that clip up there from the news that I was watching, I've already got like 15 replies in like the 30 minutes that it's been up that said, "Oh well, VA employees don't do shit. What don't you like about cutting fraud, waste, and abuse?" And I'm like, what?
Yeah,
So
it's support that we need. We got it. Yeah.
yeah.
No, they don't do better.
They'll argue that like the VA sucks. Like we've all had a VA. Like the three of us up here at one point or another have had a shitty VA experience. Like
Yeah.
let's not pretend otherwise. We've all had that moment.
Yep.
But you don't solve the issue by reducing the workforce. You have to increase the workforce and increase the quality of that workforce and what they have access to. Like cutting people will never fix these shitty VA services. You don't.
Exactly.
You can say I have not had a shitty VA experience, but VA is kind of like our backup since my husband's, retired. We still use TRICARE as our primary.
See, look at that. Like I said, I fixed the lab and everything. Now it
Yeah.
works well because I had to figure out the reason I needed to do the first one is I needed to know where you sat. Like I needed to know where you were compared to
Yeah.
everything else.
Yeah. That looks great.
That looks really good. Yeah,
Yeah.
your background looks great.
Let's see.
Look at you now, looking like a professional TikToker.
What's funny is I'm in a different area of my basement where I do the lives now, and I'm looking over at the other area where I used to do them, and like I've got my raggedy fuck Trump flag that's like hanging up there backwards with shitty lights hanging down from under it. That started off really well, like it got a lot of people, and now yeah, exactly. Thanks to you, I'm doing something way more professional looking.
And the reason for that gray box down there is that way if you were to step away to get coffee, chat won't vanish. Like
Oh, okay.
yeah, chat will still be able to see chat if you step away to get coffee.
I was wondering. Gotcha. Yeah, that was
Whenever I design backgrounds for people, I do a little off-colored box down there where I know chat sits, so that no matter what happens, chat can always see chat.
gotcha. Killer 85, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, brother?
Not much, man. What are you doing today? It's Friday. You working?
Yes, sir. I sure am.
Well, that's unfortunate. I'm off today. What any hopes of getting off early or are you working a full day today?
Man, it's a full day for me today, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm on lunch right now.
Okay. Do I see an army sweatshirt on you?
Yeah, my dad, he retired from the army. He gave me all his stuff.
Okay. Very cool.
it's it's cold. It's cold here, so it's the only thing I had clean today.
What part of the world are you in?
Arkansas.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I don't get too many people from Arkansas. So what do you think about the
Yeah.
goings what do you think about the goings on of as of late, the last few weeks?
Well, I voted for Madam Vice President because of my daughter,
Hmm.
and so I just want to come up here. I watch you. I drive a lot. I haul trailers every day, so
Hmm.
I listen to a lot of people. And you're one of them. And I know that Crow. Am I saying that right?
It Crow works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know him from Mo Moderate.
Hmm.
I gotta say this. I always feel bad for people with an accent like Killers, because like that comes with a certain predisposition and preconceived notion from everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you're like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm like, no.
That's, that's
But I was just gonna say, I appreciate.
Jenny, my friend Jenny that comes around live, she's also from like Arkansas or Alabama. And she's got that kind of accent. She's like, I make it my goal to prove that people with this accent aren't that stupid.
And see, Killer, I get it too. And I appreciate what you said and that like in my life, and I get the same thing for the most part, especially when I'm out in public, uh, or like people, the initial look, older guy, somewhat of a beard, bald head, tattoos, a Harley shirt, and then, but of course, when I do the painted nails, that kind of throws them off a little bit. But so they assume I'm a Trump supporter more times than not, and they're a little bit shocked to find out otherwise. So I get it.
See, I don't think you're dumb because of the way you look and your voice. It's a Marine, like you're a Marine. You've got a head full of rocks.
I know. I do. When I had my Yacht Crayon shirt on the other day, it was actually pretty popular. But yeah, I do. Orange crayon is my favorite.
Good, good. Man, I just want to say I appreciate listening to you, and I
All right,
just want
man.
to say what's
All right.
up.
All right, man. Well, anytime you want to come up on Friendly Friday, feel free, and we'll go from there. You have a good weekend, sir.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one, buddy.
All right, man. Take care. Glacier, are you a Trump? Or I'm sorry. What's going on today? It's Friendly Friday today. I'm assuming you're a friendly.
Um, I am 60 years old. Living in Colorado. My father's
Okay, very good.
Can I
So,
ask you part of Colorado? You don't mind?
Durango.
Okay. Ooh, that's a nice part of Colorado. I lived in Colorado Springs for a while.
Yeah, it's nice up there. Real cold up there now, of course, but summers are.
Yes. But I do miss the summers in Colorado.
so, what do you think about everything that's going on in the first, 3 weeks of Trump's presidency?
It's a nightmare. I think Trump is leading us for him to become dictator. I think it's scary times right now. You got Elon Musk in there that's going through all these tight securities, looking into our private stuff, which is against the law, by the way. Do we have law anymore?
I asked
Do
my,
we have law anymore? That's the question.
I asked myself that same thing.
Because I feel that Trump is above the law. I really do. And it's scary to me. The man has the House. He's got the Senate. He's got the Supreme Court. Well, you can imagine he has under his, and that's scary to me.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we were just talking earlier. We've got, a lot of state level action going on with the judges putting stops to things and all that. But it's like, why should we have to be going to these links to do things? Well, especially when he knows that, for the most part, they're illegal or unconstitutional. How did we get,
Exactly.
how did we get here?
Exactly. Because you have so many uneducated people that don't know what the hell they're voting for.
Yep.
That's why we got here.
Yep. 100%. And that was one of the things. Yeah. And I don't know if you ever listened to AOC. But AOC, she came out and said, we got to start educating our voters, essentially on both sides, but primarily for what we're dealing with right now on the side of the Republican Party and what they're doing.
Yeah.
So,
Shouldn't.
yeah,
Um, was into this other live and I got up to 99 coins. I guess that's what that means when it's the number on your screen.
yeah,
So what does that even mean?
those coins,
I don't know.
those coins translate into cash. So, like 1,000 coins is what worth like $5 or something like that, Crow.
That $5 is the lowest you can cash out. Yeah,
Yeah.
I might have a couple of pennies.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of times, the gifting has been off because people haven't been able to recharge their coins ever since the app got taken off uh, the app stores. But now, as of last night, they're back on, so you can recharge your coins. And gifting is a little bit more. It's happening a little bit more now. But that's all that means.
What I do is I keep my cash apps and Venmos, and I tend to use the coins that I get to support other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can convert those coins like kind of back when if you want to like change them to gifts instead of cashing out. You can just
Yeah.
revert them back onto your own account and like recharge. I don't know how to say it. Like
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
How do you claim? How do you claim the coins? How do you get them?
they're-
You go into another life.
You should get a notification about iPads.
Oh, I didn't get that. But
Just check where where your direct messages are. Is also where you get notifications about like your.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
yeah, and
And
Thank you for that.
it'll give you the option like, do you want to cash them out or do you just want to convert them back onto your account to use and you can give back out as gifts.
right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's pretty cool how it works. It's going to be a lot more. It's a lot more. It's a lot smoother now that it's back on the app store. But yeah, that's how you do it.
Gotcha. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. All right. Anything else you want to add? I'm going to bring somebody else up. You good today, or what else you want to talk about?
No, just that we're living in scary times, and people need to wake up, and we have to fight what we. I mean, whatever it takes. Go to your community. Do whatever it takes to say something.
Hmm.
Put your 2 cents in, because you know what? We're heading down the wrong path.
Most definitely. And if we all stand together and do it, we'll get there.
Absolutely.
All right.
For having me up.
No problem, sir. Have a great one. Oh, look at the cat.
Ollie and I at this point are fucking family. We've known each other across multiple accounts in like a year on this.
It's a kitty.
He says hello, everyone.
Hello, Kiki.
Can you say hi to everybody?
It's
He's
Kiki.
like, I don't want to talk.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, no, put me down.
Yeah.
It's treat time. Oh shit, I said the word. It's TREAT times.
Oh, yeah.
He's starting to beg. Happy Friday, everyone. I just wanted to come up and say happy Friday to everyone. Man, it's been a fucking week. It has been a fucking week.
Yeah.
I think the Red, White, and Blue Land Act broke me this week. I read it, and then I went to the congressional website and I read the whole bill, and then I did it again, and I just sat there and I kind of looked down and I was like, God, we're fucked. That's what we're spending. I didn't even know that at the end of January, someone submitted a bill to add Donald Trump's head to Mount fucking Rushmore. Yeah. There's literally a bill that was introduced that was a bill to add Donald Trump's head to Mount Rushmore. It's just the weirdest, most
Hey,
all fondling.
hold my beer. Hold my beer. I'm about to show you.
Oh boy, here we go.
You're not even gonna. I mean, when I thought it could not get any worse, uh, you're gonna. This is just it's insane.
Stop, Gunny.
All right.
I already pissed off Augie today by showing him that Instagram post. Oh my God, I'm so mad.
Uh-oh.
Here we.
Wait. Is this something else besides what you just talked about? Oh boy. Oh.
Here it is. New U.S. law could see men fined for ejaculating without the intent to impregnate.
Wait, what state is that in?
Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio. I want to be very clear as a Michigander. Ohio is a cesspool. I'm sorry if you're from Ohio or like Ohio State. Michigan people and Ohio and Pennsylvanians are united in their soul hatred of Ohio. Good. Okay. Good. Okay.
Wait. I ain't joined up with any Michiganders. Sorry.
But yeah, that's Ohio. And if you look into Ohio, they're the one who has all the Schnazis running around.
Yeah.
They're the one who I think I learned that from Blues Brothers. Yeah, and then I do remember reading a couple of years ago. I think it only ended up being one or two families, but they did have a Schnazi homeschooling group that was rolling around in Ohio. So Ohio's just a nightmare. That's hell. That's real hell. Yeah.
Right? What?
Yeah. What you missed that because I already mentioned it here on the live earlier, is on the official White House Instagram. They put up a post today with Trump's face on it that says, "Roses are red, violets are blue. If you come here illegally, we'll deport you." This is it right here. This is it. Crow pissed me off by sharing this with me so much this morning that I immediately screenshotted and had to send it to 3 people just to be mad. You're like me, Avi. If I'm suffering, so must you.
Yeah. Airborne. Oh, hey.
Who's the other guy there? Because it's kind of.
What's his name? The guy who's doing all the deporting. Dumb shit.
Tom Homan. Tom Homan.
they all look the same to me. They all just like, I mean, like us white guys already kind of look the same anyways, but these evil ones all just kind of blend together for me.
Airborne Vet, are you on the road today?
Yes, I am, Gunny.
Yeah,
How's
where
the sound?
you heading back home or are you heading away?
Heading away.
Oh, really? On a Friday?
Yeah, yeah. I go offline. I'll tell you exactly what I do.
Okay,
But yeah, it's not over the road as far as tractor trailer or anything like that.
I got you.
When I drive.
Got you.
How's the sound? Because I have AirPods. I can't tell what it sounds like.
You sound great.
You're fine. You're fine, Airborne.
Yeah.
Just wanted to give you guys.
If you're wearing any type of headphones, like what are you wearing? Because you sound great.
Yeah.
Just regular AirPods.
Oh, okay.
But just wanted to let you guys know, appreciate your service. The ones that are in here. The one thing, Gunny, like we've talked quite a bit offline, but my biggest thing with these maggots is that we're doing a real, on our end, bad job of messaging because you go to any live, you go anywhere, they have the same playbook, and it's just a bunch of disinformation, and somehow it's getting there, and they're.
Oh, we lost you.
While we wait for him to come back, oh, you're back.
Go ahead.
We lost you about.
Yeah, I was going to say. What's that?
We lost you when you were about to tell us all they're doing, like something about the message.
Just the messaging, the misinformation, disinformation that they pass on. They're pounding it home because that's all you hear. It's the same playbook, and we need to do a better job of messaging the positive, all the things that Biden has actually done. And I mean, they need to do it. The politicians need to do a better job at it. I mean,
Yeah.
you guys are out here every day doing that.
Yeah, and I feel like but it seems like I think you can do both, but man, with the amount of the amount of misinformation and disinformation, I think it's purposeful so that all we're doing is being reactionary to that instead of doing what our intended goal should be is to produce a more positive message. So I agree with you I agree with you, but can we do both effectively though? That's what I'm curious about.
You don't want to do both effectively. That's honestly, I'm going to be very honest. I think some of the Dems are obviously bought and sold by some of these people, by the same people that the Republicans are.
Yeah.
Like my fucking elected senator, senator, the most fucking disappointed person I've ever fucking voted for in my life, John goddamn Fetterman. I fucking hate him now. Oh.
John, I was very conservative when I got brain damage Fetterman, the one who literally said that him having his stroke was one of his moves caused his move to the right.
Yeah.
Like, wild to me to see that was his actual talk.
Yeah, that was his argument. He said after the stroke I came out, I realized some shit.
Who do you got up where you're at, Airborne?
I'm in Cory Booker's state.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
I mean, he's a hard guy. We had Kim, but we had Andy Kim. He ran for senator. So
Right.
but I'm in South Jersey. I'm down by the beach. You know where? Not sure. I'm originally from Hoboken, Secaucus Way. Okay, so you know where LBI is then? Yeah. Long Beach. I'm down that way.
What way? I didn't catch it. What way?
I'm in South Jersey, down near Long Beach Island.
Oh, okay.
Down near Jersey's dick. Yeah, exactly. that 18-mile long one.
Yeah, I used to go to Seaside Heights, so like that's part of Jersey I know better.
Yeah, it's Augie, go fast. Augie, in my infinite cleverness, I did write a counter poem. Trump is a fascist. Maggoteers need a squeegee. Keep this shit up, and I'll break out Luigi.
Look, we need to do more poetry. I think Gunny needs to host Poetry Corner on Friday. We'll just bring our poetry, and then we'll all snap when it's good.
We'll do an open mic.
I'm just gonna walk up and be like, Donald Trump sucks. And that's all. There you go.
Yeah.
That's all. No. I'm just, is anyone like, I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of freaked out by a bunch of stuff looming in the background. Like, I feel like bird flu. I just saw that bird flu went to bovines recently. They found it in bovine doctors. So, like, I feel like that's kind of a big thing. I feel like there's Crow, me and you have talked in a couple of spaces of like Medicaid, Medicare, and people, and like the shit we work with. And like, it's fucking nuts.
I'm more like, for me, my being having an intelligence background in the military, I feel like this is all distraction.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering, like, I
What?
guess waiting for the real shoe to drop.
Yes. Like,
And
what's actually going on?
yes, exactly.
This is one of the times though that I'm happy that my brain is wired the way it is, because like I have always been wired to fucking thrive in chaos. Like I've always been very good at it. I don't freak out when shit's going fucking pear-shaped. That's actually where I'm at my finest. I freak out when it's calm.
I just finally got ADHD medication, so I'd like if things calm the fuck down a little bit because I can actually focus on them now. But we're never going to stop living in interesting times. We've been living in interesting times since like 9/11. I feel
Yeah.
like
Airborne vet. So, have you always been tuned into politics, even while you were on active duty, or is that something that just as of late you got into?
When I was an active duty, yes, but not as much as recently. I mean, more towards the beginning of Obama,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of chilled a little bit. And then when Trump came along, it was out on the trail, just trying to convince people how evil this man was.
Yeah,
They just. I'm originally a New Yorker. I know quite a bit about how Donald Trump rolls.
I got you.
And the problem is, most of these people don't realize that I can't tell you, in the industries that I've been involved with, I've dealt with so many people that have had to deal with him. And the lengths are, you couldn't believe the stories that I hear from people. Anecdotally, yes, but to watch a grown man cry because the owner of his business went under and the guy committed, unalived himself.
Yeah.
And just watching this man tell me this story, that's just the tip of the iceberg of Donald Trump or who he is. And not enough people understand the lengths he will go to decimate this country. And Gunny, you're around my time frame, so you understand Putin and KGB back in the 80s and the things that the guy hates our country and would disintegrate it in a second. So he knows he can't do it. So what's the next best thing? He finds a guy to crater our economy,
Yeah.
to crater our governmental foundation, and that man's name is Donald Trump. And he found the perfect pawn, whatever you want to call him, and all these other sycophants to do the things that he couldn't do. He is sitting back in Russia right now, rubbing his hands like Dr. Evil, watching this unfold.
And he was in the KGB, so he knows all about how this shit works.
That's what the three of us are basically children of the Cold War.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Knowing what the Soviet Union was all about and Putin's background being part of the KGB. Like when we say he wants to put the Soviet Union back together, people don't believe us.
And,
He wants to put the Soviet Union back together.
and I think this is one of the big generational differences why you see a lot of millennials that are so like punchy about politics. Is because by my math, from 1999 forward, we have not had a fucking moment to breathe. 1999, for reference, is when Columbine. Yeah. 1999 is when the lives of every single millennial changed forever. And then 2 years later, 9/11 happens. And then 2 years later, other shit happens. Like, we as a generation have not had fucking 5 minutes to breathe.
Yeah.
Am I the baby in the group? Am I the youngest here? I'm 33. Am I
Yeah.
the youngest?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, that's the thing. It bleeds over. It bleeds over into the Zoomers too, because like that shit started with the millennials in 1999, and then those fucking Zoomers come in, and they're in the same fucking millennials were, except for the fact that we at least had like 14 years of peace before everything went fucking pear shaped. Fucking Zoomers are even way more engaged because they've never known that peace.
I watched the towers fall in 5th grade, and so I was a baby. So all I have known for like most of my conscious life is blowing up the Middle East and George Bush, like that was a good majority of me growing up.
Mhm.
And then like I grew up relatively conservative. As I always tell people, like right before like 2014, 13, I was in a conservative streak. And then I became very liberal post college when I started seeing like how the school systems work. And then as Donald Trump hit, I went further left.
Everyone bet. I don't like I'm older than Gunny, so I'm not quite sure if I'm even older if I'm older than you.
We're probably pretty dang close.
I'm about to turn 55.
I'm older than you then.
Okay.
They're very useful. Gunny, when I come and see you, when you see my face, you're gonna crack up and like everybody's, you're 50, you're 59. I'm like, yeah. They crack up. They're like, you look younger than my dad. He's 42. I'm like, well, I'm lucky, I guess.
So you don't look your age, is what you're
So
saying?
no, not at all. I
Yeah.
get it all the time. It's hilarious. My wife is 55, and 10 years ago she got ID'd.
What?
Like legitimately ID'd at a restaurant. We were laughing. We were cracking up.
That's funny.
It must be the New York water, because that's where we're originally from. We moved to Jersey 2016. From Illinois, actually. I was out there for 2 years. I can tell you, Mike, I was supply chain. I was an operations manager for a supply chain company.
I got you. So
And then I transferred to Jersey.
You've been moving around a lot then.
Yeah, and I told you my daughter goes to college about 2.5 hours from you. So when I come out there for Easter, I'll give you a holler and I'll swing by and come see you.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm going to take you and your family out to dinner when you guys get out here. So we'll have a good time.
I appreciate it, but so I just real quick, I think I told you before, I have to stay a little incognito because of what my daughter does. She's in college, but she's a singer and up and coming, and will be you'll see her on a national level, if not a worldwide level. So I have to stem my politics a little bit to an extent.
No, I get it.
So I can't even comment on any of her stuff that she puts out. So
I got you.
I can't give her name or anything like that. It's crazy. But, there'll be a point where we'll be able to basically say, F you, this is what we're doing. You know what I mean? But right now, since she's up and coming, I really can't go out there and say and do all the things that I'd like to do. And because of her image, and I just have to keep that on a DL until, like I said, we get to that viewpoint, and then it won't matter. So, but I truly appreciate you guys on here. I pop on when I can. Fortunately, I have a job where I can do that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't mind, I'd like to stay on for a little bit. I have a little bit of time, and thank you guys.
Yeah,
thank you very much. So thank you very much, Crow, and thank you for your service. And Augie, thank you for popping on, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, man. We'll see you.
I have to hop off to everyone. Thanks, Gunny. Thanks again for letting me come the other day and fucking yell at that guy. It felt real cathartic. It was folding my laundry.
That was awesome.
I appreciate it. Thank y'all. Have a wonderful Friday. I'm supposed to get another 5 to 8 inches of snow. So I'm about to play your cards right. Hey-o. Hey man, 2 inches is big. No, I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Have a wonderful weekend.
All right, Augie.
And
all right, cool. And there were 3.
This is a point I've brought up. This is a point I've brought up a bunch. Like, people will come on live and be like, "Why is the other generation so fucking?" Because we're tired. We're tired, and we get told regularly that, oh, you just need to work harder to get that house, even though the house that those people that are telling us that cost a fucking fraction, pennies on the dollar for what it costs us. Like, we're fucking mad because we did everything you fucking told us to, and we cannot get the thing you told us we would get. Plus, we've gone from one international and national crisis to another since 1999. We are exhausted.
Big time.
I'm at the age where I tell my kids, you will always have a place in my house, because like I look at the state of the world, I look at the housing market and go, I should just prepare for my kids to take a very long time to get out of the house.
Yeah. My daughter's planning on leaving for school as soon as she gets out of graduates high school. Um, and I hope she's able to do that with the way shit with the DOE. I don't know what the system's gonna look like if they get rid of the DOE because she has like IEP type stuff now because of some of the stuff that she struggles with. So I don't, yeah, who the fuck knows?
Well, that's my point. Like, so, like, my generation was the generation that was taught, like, all the previous generations of, like, work hard, fucking get your education, and you'll be good. Like, you'll be good. And then it wasn't. And so now my generation has shifted telling your kids, look, it's going to suck no matter what. Do what you enjoy, and we'll fucking help you when we can.
Yeah, yeah. Teacher, if you ever want this point of view, Backer, do you want to come up and speak? You got to turn your Backer. If you want to come up and talk to us about it, send me a request. I'll pull you up. It's Friendly Friday. Come on up.
Backers good people.
Oh, he's banned. Okay. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, just let me know who you are when you get back.
Yeah. Like, we're talking about when my son turns 18, if he gets into the college he wants to go to, he's 11 now, so that could change over the next 7 years. But if he goes to the college he wants to now, we're talking about selling the house and moving with him just so that he doesn't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Like, he wants to go to MIT right now.
Oh shit.
The kid's smart as shit. He's in coding classes and robotics classes after school. The kid's fucking smart as hell. I keep making jokes that he's going to be the one that built me my robot legs. And I'm like, but that was the plan my wife and I decided because we know how expensive it is to like exist. So we're like, fuck it. If he gets into MIT, we'll move to New England so he has a place to be.
Right. Let's see.
Just like unlike us, I'll have equity in the house. He won't. Because he'll just be starting out. So I would rather just sell the house and move north
Hmm.
so that he has a place.
Yeah. Speaking of equity in the house, ours has went up a little bit. Just we've only been living here going on 2 years. It's going up slowly but surely, but faster than I was expecting.
Like I can't buy him a house, so I can sell mine and buy a new house for us that has a room for him.
Yeah, exactly. I got the Backer. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
So I heard you guys talking on the concerns over Donald Trump's attack on the Department of Education, specifically in regards to special education and IEPs.
Hmm.
So my wife and I are both special education teachers. We both taught in Florida and currently teach in New England. Uh, and it's much, it's different. And special education right now is underpinned by the Supreme Court case, Brown versus the Board of Education,
Hmm.
by federal law, IDEA, pretty specifically. Yes or no? Okay, well, just go clear it, please. Um, and so that's where you need to be concerned because it's a civil rights issue that guarantees all children in this country the right to, and this is how it's worded, a free and appropriate public education, right? And so if they turn that back to the states, taking away freedoms, um, then each individual state can decide what an appropriate education looks like. And that's all you're guaranteed by law. But until they overturn that, the funding is mandated by federal law. So even if they get rid of the Department of Education,
Hmm.
sorry, hold on. Gizmo, get down. I told you to clear your plate. Um, so even if they get rid of the Department of Education or put, wrestling executives in charge of it so it's incompetent,
Yeah.
or private school advocates like he did last time, public education is kind of our best bet at changing society, and taking it away from people just hurts marginalized communities. And it's been a dedicated effort to do this for a long time.
Mhm.
And it's pretty scary because it hurts the most vulnerable of us, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. So we do lose the funding and everything if the DOE goes away, or we don't.
No, so the funding is mandated
Okay, gotcha. So
by federal law. So right now, the DOE decides, okay, this is, appropriate to spend on education because
gotcha.
it's educational. So if they take away the DOE, somebody else still has to make those decisions. So it could fall to, I don't know, some board of nutrition and health services or something. Somebody's going to have to allocate
I
that.
feel like because my department already deals with stuff related to that, it would just fall to my department, which Health and Human Services, because we already do like SNAP for school lunches and shit like that.
Mm-hmm. But again, I don't know if you guys have ever paid attention to how this works out. When you don't have educational experts in charge of education, shockingly, the education of our children suffers. So, I don't know, accountants figuring out, well, here's how your school should run. It's not, best practice for actual education, especially special education. You'll see it disappear overnight. My job will go with it, but I guess that's fine.
Oh wow.
I'm not unrelated to anything. Every time I see that yard sign, I get fucking jealous because I want it.
So this is actually a stock photo that I found of it, but I had it, but it wasn't the best quality. So
when it says Gunny, because Gunny's trying to read right now, it says presidents are temporary, Wu-Tang is forever.
Oh,
yeah,
hang on. Let me show you this picture. Somebody in my neighborhood that had Harris Wall signs in their yard. They also had a Wu-Tang Forever sign right next to it. I took a picture of it and did a post of it on TikTok.
it's kind of a reminder. Like this shit's crazy right now, but it was crazy under George W.
We should just put Wu-Tang in charge of the Department of Education because
Honestly, we think so much better.
Wu-Tang is for the children.
They are exactly for the children. I literally quote that in staff meetings. But I named my kid after the old dirty bastard, so I may not be the best
O-
judge of.
ODB.
That's her initials.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the right now, that's what they're going to attack. But that's also, and this is where it gets pretty fucked up. The law that forces schools to be desegregated. So they could very easily, legally, do whatever they want at that point. And it's just a Supreme Court case.
Do you have a dog named Gizmo?
I do, but it's Gizmo Duck.
Okay. We had
My first two Xbox gamer tags was Gizmo Girlies, or Dino Girlies, and Quack.
Lunchtime or Quack. Those are great. So it's a lot of your streams. I've
yeah.
talked to Crow a couple of times, and I think we have some Venn diagram intersections. But now I'm going through like a crisis of character or something. Because I was raised conservative Jewish in America,
Hmm.
right? And really was heavily propagandized about Israel, right? Inundated with Holocaust stuff. Is your only hope for your people not being exterminated. Also, people trying to exterminate your people. So it was a little concerning as a young Jew that this would happen.
I'm indigenous, so I grew up celebrating holidays of my people's, slaughter. We got Thanksgiving, we got Columbus Day. It's a great time.
Yeah, well, yeah, those are more widely celebrated too. Nobody cares about the Jewish holidays. Um, but yeah, so it was also 1985 or something. So it's not like I could jump on the internet and look it up or talk to a Palestinian or anything like that.
Yeah.
And then like America. So I had to do capitalism and raise children, and frankly, like didn't have a whole lot of time to think about global affairs.
Yeah.
Um, as you can see, it's kind of busy here, even still. Uh, and so now I'm kind of learning about it and going back and looking at who like my family is and where I come from. And so I'm like Jewish. Like I did my ancestry, and the pie chart for my DNA was just a circle, like 100% Ashkenazi Jewish, right? And so looking at it, now this is by science, right? By genes, by consistent records. Like my people, not from Israel, like at all, or Palestine, you know. And the shit that's going on right now with our president sitting next to a war criminal and explaining how the United States is going to um, help an occupying force ethnically cleanse an area is kind of concerning.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you guys are feeling about it, but it's definitely feeling kind of weird around here lately.
Definitely weird around here. Between old BB and Putin, I'm not sure what to fucking think anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get worse before it gets any better.
Yeah.
But at least they don't have an excuse.
Well, yeah. I, I'm hoping that we see that sooner than later, though. 'Cause I feel
We did our part. We voted, we educated, we advocated, and they're in charge.
yeah,
And so they need to stop deflecting and govern. And I don't think they have that in them.
yeah. And our next big hurdle is going to be the budget in March. That's going to be a huge hurdle to overcome. And I'm curious how that's going to play out now. Like, are the Dems going to use that as any kind of leverage to stop something
That's
like,
our annual let's shut down the government kind of
yes,
fucking reason.
yes.
Yeah, we made up a lot of like fun games to play in the country. They're like Monopoly, where people, well, they are Monopoly, where people just end up wanting to flip the fucking table.
Yeah,
You know? And again, it's kind of concerning, but I'm pretty much done. Like, I'm not like health wise or anything, but I've done all the things to do. I am American. I
yeah,
grew up. I went to school. I have a career, a house. My kids are vaguely functional. Like, all right, great. You know, we we, we did it. And before all this,
mhm,
a reason, and they're all girls, so they're gonna have even less of whatever the fuck is coming.
yeah. I have all girls
Uh,
too. I have all girls too, so I get it.
you know, how many do you have? I have four.
I have two daughters and a granddaughter, so 100% I get it.
So yeah, it's concerning. And so, and what else fucks me up is the glimmer of hope I think we had when um, Kamala was, I thought, gonna win handedly, and then didn't. So it's kind of just a reflection of where our country is at, and I don't see a situation where they can, like they said, things are pretty fucked up.
I know. I think I always say I think the same thing. I'm like, can we like unfuck this situation, or are we just fucked forever on this? Like, what is that going to look like over the next, just during this term alone, or the after effects of this, beyond that? Like, what are we doing here?
Well, that's what I mean. The
Yeah.
Republicans for the last several decades have really just wanted to undo any progress we've ever made.
Hmm.
You know what? We haven't made much progress lately, so there's
No.
not a whole lot to undo. Now they actually have to do something. And I think when it's clear that they can't, and like they're just going to drive this whole experiment into the ground, maybe we'll make a real sharp turn. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm tired of like getting hope for the masses.
Well, I mean, like, so, I always say, well, let's look at the midterms. But even still, even just something as simple as these nominees that keep getting voted in. For sure, I was like, no way, there's no way. Like Republicans aren't going to let like RFK Jr. in there. There's no way, and they did. Or Tulsi Gabbard. Like I thought for sure, like somebody would have saw the light, and like some of these nominees were going to start not making it in. And I'm like, I'm not seeing that now. I'm like, do we even really have a shot at like doing anything effective for the primaries and getting these people out? I mean, it's just like, are they going to?
Because the problem is MAG has infiltrated Congress.
Mhm.
And we have all those people, and the reason why they voted the way they did, they're afraid to get primaried.
Right.
They want to win their elections. The ones that any of them that are standing up against it, I guarantee they're not running again for re-election.
Yeah.
So they'll like, was it McConnell didn't vote for RFK or something like that?
Yeah.
So it's those Republicans. They're like, I'm not going to run anymore. So now they'll finally get a spine and a backbone and do something about it.
Yeah.
Even then, they probably won't fuck those guys.
Yeah. Mitch McConnell has a house here in Indiana where I'm at, even though he's out of Kentucky. Yeah.
I have family in Indiana, but
Uh-huh.
it's pretty much the end of this story from them. I forgot about them.
Yeah.
They're in Indianapolis. I've been there like twice, but
Okay. Yeah. Indianapolis is fun. Yeah. So.
I'm from Miami, Florida originally, and now I live in like the backwoods of Connecticut.
Uh-huh.
It's a very drastic change in every conceivable way. But I think it gave me like a pretty well-rounded perspective on a lot of things.
Hmm.
So yeah. Hey, do you know anybody who's like super into World War II?
Yes. P50. A buddy of mine, P51. If you message me, I can give you his actual screen name.
Cool. So both of my grandfathers fought, not each other or anything, but one was in the Army and one was in the Navy, and I don't know a whole lot, but I have some information and like kind of want to look into learning more. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Get him. Hey, jump in my Discord. Jump in my Discord. It's the same screen name as this. But yeah, he's a P51 something. He like restores Mustangs and stuff like that. Real knowledgeable guy on World War history as a whole. And he would be somebody that could probably answer just about any question that you had about that.
You say he restores Mustangs?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, cool.
Yeah.
That's my dream car,
Yeah.
a Shelby Mustang.
Yeah, well, he's got one that he's working on, uh, and it's beautiful. He's on Instagram too. It's P51 something, but yeah, real nice guy. He's been up in my lives a couple of times when I first started doing this, but I haven't seen a whole lot of him as of late. But yeah, he would be somebody that you'd want to talk to about that. I know enough to be dangerous. That's about it, just based on military like knowledge and that kind of stuff. But yeah.
You knew enough to recommend the Circle of Evil.
Oh yeah,
That,
yeah,
I mean, I'm starting the 5th episode this evening.
yeah,
So
yeah, Dark.
and then I won't hold up your panel, but I
No, you're
do.
good.
Listen, I'm not a veteran, right? But like I said, I have military family, friends, everything. And so I cannot really speak too much about, Trump's impact on the military. And I thought everything he did in the campaign was wildly disrespectful towards the military, like regularly.
Hmm.
As far as like slandering the country consistently, speaking about families and people who have served and really like denigrated the service of all kinds of people.
Mm-hmm.
The incident at Arlington, and so do you think those kind of things would have? There's the perception that the military is pretty staunchly Republican, even though I know that that's not necessarily the case. Do you think there's anything that MAGA could do at this point to sort of sway that, or
What do you mean sway? What? Like, what do you mean?
To get veterans back on this side?
Can he insult the military enough that they'd be like, hey, this guy's kind of a dick. We should not be this fascist, or do we think like, nah, that ship has sailed?
I think that ship has sailed. I'll just be honest with you. I wish there, like, I don't want him to come out and say something so disrespectful just to keep spouting that. But at the same time, considering he made the suckers and losers comment, said John McCain wasn't a hero. I don't even really, and then the Arlington thing, I'm not even really sure, how much worse you could make it before. And like, if you're a veteran and you haven't like, changed your mind about that based on that, I'm not sure that anything will. But
I mean, for me, it was January 6th.
Yeah.
Any veteran that could still support that piece of shit after January 6th, literally, in my eyes, is a traitor and dishonored our oath.
Yeah.
Because they tried to stop the constitutional process, and our oath was to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Hey, Backer, I interviewed some Vietnam era veterans inside the VA hospital. But I'm talking boomers that fucking hated Trump. I was so shocked. I had my shirt on, said, I'm a veteran, not a sucker or a loser. And they approached me and they said, I love your shirt. That man is a fucking a-hole. And I'm like, would you mind going on camera and like having a quick 2 minute or like minute video with me? And they did. I was so fucking shocked.
Yeah, I mean, that, they see again. I don't experience it because I'm not a veteran. But to me, it seems like, well, how are veteran, VA medical facilities not like the best in the world? Like how with the amount we spend on the military and our support the troops bumper stickers, like how do we not invest, like overly invest?
Uh,
I don't think they've gotten there yet.
you talking about the inefficiencies of the VA? Are you talking about the inefficiencies of the VA, or what are you saying exactly?
Well, I think just in general, the consistent voting to not increase veterans benefits
Oh,
and
okay.
fund programs that would make the VA efficient, or more efficient, or just the best. Like I really don't get how we don't focus on those types of things.
Well, I know the 1,000 probationary VA employees just got let go because of the whole Doge thing. So yeah, I don't know. I personally have not really had, well, I'd say 95% of my VA service has been great, 100%. Uh, but it's that other 5% that really uh, leave a bad taste in veterans' mouth and other people like that. But what happens is, and I think the 95% is the majority of probably everybody, but it's that 5% that gets the headlines, and everybody thinks the VA sucks, which is why on the post that I just made about these 1,000 employees going away, that everybody's making these false claims that the VA is fucking terrible. Because I can't I can't imagine collectively as a whole, and Sylvia might agree with me that there's, like you said, with the amount of money that we're spending on the people there, I can't believe that it's as effed up as people that aren't even affiliated with the VA or are not even a veteran are making it seem, if that makes sense.
I mean, that's what I mean. Like that's definitely the perception.
Yeah, but I think it's at
And
5%.
you know what? Also, all these years later, I still think the stigma for how we treated our Vietnam vets,
Yes.
especially for care after that,
Hmm.
all the way even into the late 80s, early 90s,
Hmm.
is still there for when it comes to being a veteran getting VA healthcare.
Yeah. Now, the process of getting your VA benefits is severely flawed. Uh, and I think so. If we're going to look at anything that we need to improve, but if you read Project 2025, like they say that they want to do that, but they also want to cut the things that we can claim as. Now, I'm 100%, so I don't have to worry about it. But my concern is future veterans getting out and getting their disability started. Those are the ones that are going to have to be concerned. But it's getting the approval process that is a freaking nightmare, especially if you're going to do it by yourself. And it shouldn't be that hard to navigate the VA to file a claim for money that you have deserved. Because I was stuck at 70% for 4 years until I got a VSO that knew what the heck he was doing, and then I got my 100%. Still took like a year, but that was life changing for me because then I just didn't have to work anymore, and I was busting my ass like. Out here when I moved to Evansville, I was making $6 an hour, like working at a fucking car dealership out here, just trying to make ends meet at 70%. 70% is $1,700 a month. Can you imagine trying to live on $1,700 a month?
I'd be homeless.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I'm a teacher, so it's not like I'm making a whole lot more. So it's
Yeah. No, I know. Yeah, and exactly. So the process of getting there needs to be fast tracked. It just shouldn't be taking years for veterans to get their stuff. And more
I think
veteran.
that reputation of the services being subpar will or even has prevented people from enlisting in the military.
Well, that and some people no that yes that, but more importantly, they hear all these stories and they're like, "Fuck it, I don't even feel like doing it." So they don't even try. So yeah, that's where I was when I got out and when I got out of the Marine Corps in '04. Uh, I got my GI Bill going. I went to college, got my degree, and all that kind of stuff. But I ended up landing a really good job selling forklifts. I was making like $80,000 a year, and I was like, "Get your VA benefits, get your VA benefits." I'm like, nah, it's not that big a deal. And then I kept hearing these things. They're like, "Yeah, you don't even want to mess with that because it's too hard to get. You probably won't fucking get it." I'm like, "What the fuck?" So I was like, "Yeah, fuck that. That sounds like too much of a fucking nightmare." So for 13 years, I was like, "Fuck the VA money shit. It's gonna be a nightmare," and I didn't even do it. Now look at me. Like I'm like I would I'm living my version of the good life. That's what I'll say. Now, Sylvia, what do you think?
Well, I mean, I just I applied for my benefits when I got out, but like when I got out in '98, like I did it all by myself. I
Hmm.
didn't even think we had VSO officers. If there was, like nobody told me about them.
Yeah.
And now all these years later, I'm finding out like I probably should have went back after a few years and reapplied because I separated from the military under a certain chapter because I started getting panic attacks at work
Hmm.
due to dealing with my first husband's training accident and all that.
Hmm.
And I've had veterans now all these years, and I have PTSD from that. And they said you're getting nothing for PTSD and your panic attacks while that's why you were separated. I'm like, no, because one person told me because I didn't get any type of care for it while I was active, I'm probably not going to be able to be compensated. But they're like, that was the chapter you got out on.
Yeah.
So it's like, and now I'm like, all these years later, I'm like, is it even worth it to try to go back and reapply to see if I could raise my disability rating?
Well, my stepdad was in the late 60s as part of the honor guard, and he was only in like 3 years, but he hurt his back. When he got out, he got 10% for tinnitus, which was like 100 something dollars a month. The VSO that I sent you information for yesterday, he got his from that long ago, he got his VA disability up to 40%, which went now he's making, almost I think it's a little over $400 a month. And when you're, 60 something years old and he's a baseball umpire, but I mean, an extra $400 a month, that ain't nothing to sneeze at.
I mean,
What's the difference between eating and not eating?
Right.
Possibly. I mean, for me, my biggest worry is my husband and I we're both veterans. My husband's retired, so he's got his retirement pay. We're both disabled vets, so we have our VA pay. And our health insurance is TRICARE. My son is on Medicaid because we have a disabled child. Like everything, where they're talking that they want to cut.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, if they cut all this stuff, like I have no idea what we're gonna do. Like this is what we live on: VA disability and his retirement.
That's same with my family.
Like whatever they. Sorry, go ahead.
No, okay. I get VA disability. I get Social Security disability. My wife has MS, and then my daughter has some issues going on as well. So yeah, if they cut any of that to any degree, it's going to downgrade our lifestyle and put us possibly in jeopardy.
Big time.
Mhm.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, I just don't understand, like, why people don't understand, like why don't they realize how important and to focus on these things that they don't believe that they're going to do these cuts.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I'm sorry. Yeah. Like, that's where I'm sitting right now. I keep thinking about that. It's like everything they cut is going to affect our family.
Yeah.
Immensely. It really will. And then, like, then what do we do? I mean, because we fell for that narrative back 30 some years ago of, like, you know, you join up, you stay, you do make a career out of the military. We'll take care of you when you get out, right? Like, we're supposed to have free health care. Well, my husband retired. Now we're not even on TRICARE Prime. We're TRICARE Select, and we still have to pay a premium every quarter. And then plus the out-of-pocket expenses, because we have to cover 20% of our medical. It's like, hey, what happened to that free health care y'all told us about 30 years ago when we signed that dotted line?
Your
And
husband,
they kept cutting our benefits while we were serving. So by the time we both got out, it's like, we don't get the free health care.
yeah,
You know, they cut the education benefits too. I'm hearing, like, you know, they don't pay as much out anymore as if you want to go back. You know, if that's why you're joining up, it's like, why bother to join up anymore?
yeah. And
When you don't get anything from it.
your husband's in jeopardy too, because now they're trying to, well, they call it double dipping. I know it's not double dipping, but now they're saying, in your husband's case, because he gets his pension and his disability, that they're going to cut one of those and you only get one.
Yeah, they want to make them choose
Yeah.
between one or the other. And it's like, why? And people are like, well, exactly what you said, you're double dipping. It's like, no, we're not. We're literally collecting the benefits that we were promised.
Mm-hmm.
My husband stayed in for almost 27 years.
Yeah.
So that is his pension. That's his retirement.
Right.
He deserves to collect that. And then because we both have, you know, military injuries that we sustain while we're active duty, we were told we would be compensated for that. It's not double dipping.
Yeah, exactly. Not at all.
And these are benefits you earned by serving your country that you
Right.
were promised, and you held up your end. And the idea that we have not just a political party, but a movement of people who would look at that and say, you know, they deserve less, instead of what I see as, again, should be the most efficient. So they should be looking to provide your benefits and make sure that you're taken care of after doing, you know, otherwise what's the point, you know?
And all this money they're trying to save, they're looking in the wrong fucking direction. They need to be looking at uh, SpaceX and Northrop Grumman, fucking all those large government contracts where all that money is going to. Like that's where they should start.
You know, and I always wondered, I never really looked into it, I should have, of when a service member dies on active duty, I'm sorry, unalived, like with my first husband, what is the real, like, especially if you had children, what are Gold Star families being compensated in an aspect? Because for me, we didn't have any children.
Mhm.
I got an $850 payment from the VA. That was it, $850.
Damn.
That was it.
That's not even good for a month worth of, that's barely like groceries for a month.
When I got out of the Army, that's the only income I had until I was able to find a job.
Damn.
Because I know once you have children, then Social Security, you know, could kick in and all that stuff, but we didn't have any children.
Yeah.
It was just me. And as a spouse of a service member, you know, who died on or unalive on, you know, active duty, it's like, what the hell? Like, how do other families? I don't know. I just we don't take care of our Gold Star families, in my opinion, either.
Yeah, I know. Nope, we don't.
But yeah, do you guys have any questions about special education? I always try to get panels going, but nobody cares. So
Well, I actually care. It comes up in our lives, uh, not a ton, but it does come up. So I would like to utilize you, especially when you get back on your main account, to have somebody
yeah,
that can come up
tomorrow
and.
afternoon.
Okay.
I mean, I have a disabled son, but he's no longer in school. But he used to have an IEP when he went to school. So yeah, I'm just thinking about all those younger school age children who are on IEPs. What's going to happen to them?
Well, look at like they wanted to slash, and in some cases they did slash the like Head Start programs,
Yeah.
and when literally every study for every disability for every child tells you the earlier the intervention, the better the outcome.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, Gunny. Did you see this comment by the Prince down
Yes.
there?
Yeah. I was trying to decide if I was gonna. I'm gonna try to bring him up. Hang on.
This will be interesting.
Yeah. It's a friendly Friday, but I thought, considering the boldness of that statement, I would want to see if he had the testicular fortitude to come up.
I missed it, but I'm
Show some respect.
Yeah, it says show he took a bullet for this country. Show some respect.
No, he didn't take one. No, he didn't
Yeah.
take a bullet.
He took a ketchup
the
packet
darn.
to the ear.
Grazed him, if anything. Barely even grazed him.
I think it was the glass from the teleprompter that got him actually.
Do you guys remember the movie Jaws?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Absolutely.
So if they were in that cabin and Donald Trump flexed that little ear graze, they would have laughed. They would have thrown his ass right off the boat. That shit is garbage.
I think I got more of a cut when I cut my when I shaved my legs.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not a
I
conspiracy,
cut myself.
but I do want to point out that Donald Trump is a WWE Hall of Famer. So
That's right.
the idea that he could have faked a taller spot, as they call it in the business, is not unimaginable.
Yeah. Did he get slammed in that episode?
I doubt it. What did he do? There was some kind of hair versus hair match with him
Is
and
that what it was?
Vince McMahon. No, they didn't wrestle each other, but I forget who it was. But two guys like wrestled as proxy, and I think Trump won, and they had to shave Vince McMahon's head. I think Hawkeye too while we're at it.
I think I remember that. Airborne Vets wants to come back up.
In the discussion about the taking him home. Did that guy get on yet?
No, he didn't. Of course, he's not going to come up. But go ahead.
So just in knowing ballistics, like like you do, and I know, a 5.56 round, the muzzle velocity on that thing would have torn that guy's side of his face. It would have burned. If it even nicked his ear, would have torn it, would have burned his head. There's all kinds of things that would have happened from that round.
Yeah.
That is a good.
I've had this conversation. Gunny, I've had this conversation thousands of times with people and trying to explain to them. I said, why do you think he didn't have that report come out? Because if any kind of expert would have done that, like just a mock pew-pewing
Mm-hmm.
with a head, they'd show what it would have done. And we're talking, if it would have been a millimeter, even down to a micron of nipping that ear, what would have been done?
Yeah.
Like I said, because of the heat, it's not even funny. I was at a Super Bowl party with probably 32 maggots and 8 normal people, and we had that discussion. And I think I actually convinced them the fact that I was a military person, and there were other military people there.
Yeah.
And I asked them, the ones that were Trump, I said, "You're ex-military." I mean, and these guys weren't young, Gunny. These guys were Vietnam, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And their reasoning was the same old Fox News tropes, the Newsmax, the same exact stuff. That's why I say they all hear that same playbook and they run with it. And I just told them, I said, listen, my grandfather was in World War II, didn't get drafted, volunteered.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a rough time, for African Americans at that time. And that man volunteered to go over to Europe to help people. And I'm very proud of that. And not only that, he was in the 761st Tank Battalion. So if you get a chance to ever read or watch anything, they liberated 30 camps over in Europe. And, it's near and dear to me as far as a soldier. It's not even about the African American thing. It is about being a soldier and upholding the Constitution and just watching man and a party dismantle the Constitution on a daily.
I know.
Exactly.
And it's very tough sitting back and watching. My wife says to me every day, well, why don't you do something about it? I said, the only thing I could do right now is pop on lives and try to educate people. I said, you saw at the Super Bowl party, the spout I had about a 10-minute spout. And I did. I had a lot of them come up to me afterwards and just ask me questions about my service, what I thought about the party. And I told them a few things about Trump, things that they didn't know. I have a gentleman that I deal with probably once every few months that handles Trump's money. And he told me, he said, yeah. And he goes, I was all in until January 6th.
No shit.
He said, that turned me. He said, that turned my stomach. He said, I have to deal with the guy, but he said, I would never vote for him again. And he didn't vote for him this past election. And he said it. That January 6th turned him. And it turned, like a lot of guys I was in the military with, you still have your guys that no matter what that man does, it's not going to make a difference. And when I went granular on it, it was a matter of them being just straight up bigots to begin with. So it didn't even phase him. The fact, no matter what he does, it wouldn't phase him, Gunny. It's disgusting.
And I think too, I think a lot of it is just like the younger generation as a whole, but more specifically the younger military personnel as a whole. Like, agree or disagree, like they just kind of voted on a vibe without like really knowing about policies, and so they were just like, yeah, this is cool and different. It's not really affecting us. We're in the military. We're going to be untouchable, and they just voted the military. And that's the conversations that I've had with some of the younger military folks on here. That seems to be the case. I know it's anecdotal, but I think the big part of that 60% of the military personnel that support Donald Trump. I think they make up a good bit of that.
Absolutely. I mean, because I've been there, and I would say to these guys, I said, it's not a racial thing because I hate to break this to you, but I'm also indigenous. I'm also Irish, and I'm also German. My great grandfather is from Dublin, Ireland, dirty blonde hair and blue eyes. So I don't look at things from that spectrum. I look at it from my grandfather's spectrum in the sense that in the 40s, until they desegregated military, those guys weren't considered even a regular soldier. They weren't on that level, and they got challenged. And I remember my grandfather told me about a speech that Patton gave them, and you can find it actually. And I get chills when I hear Patton give them that speech before they went out there and did their damage. But yeah, if you ever get a chance, look up the 761st Tank Battalion.
I just pulled it up.
There's a bunch of stuff on YouTube about it. And as far as the messaging goes, I had required reading when I was in supply chain. There was a book called Emotional Intelligence 2.0. I don't know if you ever read it, but it's an excellent book. When you start, it's like a slow movie that just gets better and better. And when you start reading, you're like, what am I doing reading this? But the premise of everything is that it makes you understand people. And that's why we read that book.
Gotcha.
I had 140 people working for me. So I had every race, creed, and color, every attitude that you could possibly imagine. And that book helped me out tremendously. So I think some of our politicians need to read that book to understand people more and how to approach with their message.
Yeah.
And it's called Emotional Intelligence 2.0.
Yeah,
That's the book. Like I said, it's a slow burn, Gunny, but it's a very good book. I've read a lot of books about leadership. There's an author, his name's John C. Maxwell. He's probably a leadership guru on this planet. And it's just the little things that some more people need to go out there and do a little more reading so they can understand people a little bit better too, as we say, light that pilot light in the right direction.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got the 761st Tank Battalion pulled up, and then I also just wrote down the Emotional Intelligence 2.0. Online, it says it looks like it's part of a lot of corporate training materials, apparently.
Yes, yes. And that 760 when I got into started watching the History Channel one day. My grandfather was on the middle of the screen. I took a picture of it.
What?
Wow.
Yeah,
Cool.
sent it to everybody. Sent it to everybody. I'll send you the picture.
Okay.
Sent it to everybody in my family, and that thing can really start digging.
Okay.
And that's why I found out a lot more about the history because I was a young man when he was telling me all this stuff, and how he had a connection to the Jewish community because it was an older gentleman that used to pay him to do his mow his lawn or whatever. We're talking 20s and 30s, and then my grandfather went into the military. His two brothers got drafted. He didn't get drafted. My grandfather went in the military because he felt connection to the Jewish community because of this older Jewish gentleman. And it really motivated him to go into the military. And then, come to find out, their unit ended up liberating 30 of Hitler's camps.
Damn.
So he said when they the parades, the black soldiers weren't involved in the parades in the United States on Broadway, but when they were in Europe, they had Jewish people lining up on the sides of the roads, and they were tapping them on the shoulders and hugging them. And my grandfather didn't get some of his commendations that he was supposed to get, like medals, and they actually had a presidential commendation that they got awarded in 1979, those years later.
Damn.
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
I think wasn't Trump trying to get rid of the barracks, the Tuskegee Airmen barracks, or something like that too?
yeah.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. It's the old saying, it's his story, not history. They want to change things to someone else's history, and you have to keep bringing it up so the history doesn't repeat itself. So those are the things, like you said, he's trying to eliminate this. DeSantis is trying to eliminate this. You have all these guys trying to, so people don't remember how bad it was. There's a lot of very good history if people dig enough.
Yeah.
It's just that it's not taught. It's not taught in the schools well enough to understand other people.
Right.
I don't think anybody really understands how much pain indigenous people have because I think I think it was Crow or
Crow.
one of them brought it up it was Crow about the holidays and Columbus Day and things like that. It's very painful for some marginalized people that other people just never get.
Yeah.
No.
And go ahead.
I always wondered what that 64% number about so-called, service members that support Trump or voted for him.
Mm.
I keep thinking back from when I was active duty. I didn't vote because I forgot, the first time when I could, I forgot to request my absentee ballot because I was not serving. I wasn't in the state that I was registered in, and I can tell you, my husband, he didn't bother to register until he got out because when we were living in Colorado, it would have made him a state resident, and then we would have had to pay certain taxes that he was exempt from while being active duty.
Mm.
So I'm sitting there thinking, and when my friends that that I served with, they didn't vote either because they were in the same boat. They're like, oh, I forgot to request my absentee ballot, or oh, I don't want to register in this state. What is that true number? That 64% of service members that actually voted for?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because I got out in '88, Gunny, and I didn't get a chance to vote back the year that I went in. Didn't get a chance to vote. I did have an opportunity. I ended up not voting that year, and it was in during the Reagan Bush years, which were horrible as far as the things that these guys did. That's why my daughter was like a tremendous swimmer before she started singing. I would be at meets and I would hear people talking about Trump and the Reagan comparisons, and I would say they both suck. So I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
I go, oh no, they would try to convince me how great Ronald Reagan was. I say, you guys have no idea what he was about, and all the scandals that they had, that were covered up, and they didn't know anything about Oliver North and what happened. And you know, everybody has their opinion, but Reagan was more of an economic crusher than anything, and people have no idea. And the amount of drugs we had, that huge C word, DRUG plunge. I mean, it was huge in the 80s.
Yeah. What about the October? What about the October surprise? Do you remember the October surprise with between Reagan and Carter? Do you know what I'm referring to? How
You're
something?
talking hostages?
Yeah,
Yes. Yes.
yeah. Basically, he. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying people don't realize the griminess of Reagan. So,
Yeah. If you don't know if Chad, if you don't know what I'm talking about, chat, just Google the October surprise, and tell me who you think that reminds you of present day. I'll give you three guesses. The first two don't count. When you read about it, you'll be like, "Oh, fuck."
yeah. Well, I was going to say I could give it away, but it's
Yeah,
just, it's crazy. You know, then I didn't know that,
yeah, I didn't either.
right? I didn't know that back then. And I had a really some negative thoughts about Reagan then, but I knew a lot of, a lot of the, like I said, the influx of the
Hmm.
to the neighborhoods, and nobody was really doing anything about it until it hit the suburbs and started getting a lot of the politicians' kids involved with it. So, it's I just wish people would read more and dig more into what they think they know.
I'm trying to think of that. I want to get the name of the show that I ended. Let's see, reporter, investigating. I'm trying to think of what was that guy. So okay, so you remember like the whole computer data thing that there was a show that had went around, and basically the United States started using it as a way to monitor as their intelligence agency to monitor other countries. I'm trying to think of the name of the program, but that and I'll chat and everybody I'll come up with the video. That's how I learned what the October surprise was and how that came up. Otherwise, I would have been like, I never even heard of this shit. I didn't even know this shit was going on. Um,
And it's amazing there's few other conspiracies that have then some people unalive because they were digging into those conspiracies.
yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm trying to think of that reporter's name right now because my wife found it. She's like, "Hey, we need to watch this," and I'm like, "Okay." Let's see, software to monitor intelligence. I wish I could remember.
I don't remember his name, but I remember them showing him on camera looking in
Yes.
speak.
What was that guy's name?
Doesn't one get over
uh,
it? Never these things.
God, what was that guy's name? Well, I'm gonna dig into it. I can probably go back through my history on Netflix and find it. But I'll message you when I think of it. Uh, and again, when they told me about the October surprise and the hostages and stuff, I'm like, I vaguely remember the hostage situation as a kid, but there was so much more surrounding that than I think anybody knew.
That's there was off in the original
Right.
when Reagan was originally running and when they tried to pew him and all that other
Yep.
good stuff.
And I do,
Well,
I do, I do remember. It's so funny looking back now. Like when I was a kid, I was thinking, they tried to, unalive the president or whatever. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of terrible. And then now, so many years later, I look back at the inner workings of everything that goes on within our government now. Like, it's just insanity. Like, so I think like now thanks to the internet and a lot of that kind of stuff, like you're able to uncover or like learn a whole lot more about history. But I would have never have guessed that some of this stuff had happened. Even I was going all the way back to Watergate and all that kind of shit. I would have never like thought that any of this shit was even happening in our government, and it is. And even worse.
but you know what's so funny? You, Olivia, we were raised to think that there'd never be anybody worse than Nixon.
Yeah.
This guy makes Nixon look like, can't even describe it, like how Nixon's nothing. It's the old Dave Chappelle thing. He doesn't have shit on Donald Trump, Nixon.
Hey, Gunny, I'm
Yo.
gonna drop. I gotta go pick up my son.
Okay, yeah, I'm probably getting ready to end the live anyway, so I can get some lunch. Um, yeah, it's 2:10. I'll probably be back on probably after dinner around 7 o'clock or whatever. Airborne, did you want to add anything else before I shut it down? Are you good?
Yep. Appreciate you guys. Everybody listening. You're listening to a good mine. He's awesome. I'm actually going to make a little trip to go see him.
Yep.
See my daughter in college. And then hopefully he'll come to New York so I can treat him to dinner.
Yes.
Some pizza, especially some real pizza.
Definitely pizza.
No, just keep fighting the fight, people. That's all I can really say.
That's what we'll do. All right. All right. I appreciate you guys. Look for me later tonight. Airborne vet, you be safe out there, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll talk to you.
You guys.
All right. Likewise. Bye-bye. What is that? I bet. Period. My grandfather was more of a father figure because my dad was never around. That's good! Exclamation point. My grandfather was more of a figurehead than my dad because he was never around. Well, that's good! Exclamation point. My grandfather was more of a father figure than my own dad because my own dad was never around. He left when I was 2. Well, that's good! Exclamation point. My grandfather was more of a father to me than my own dad. My own dad left when I was 2. All right, everybody. How is everybody doing tonight? We're going to try to get some conversation going on with MAGA. Hopefully, we can find them in the chat or somewhere hiding out tonight and bring them out of the woodwork. Um, maybe they won't be afraid to defend their man tonight, their daddy, so to speak. So we shall see. All right, keep tapping the screen and sharing the live. Gift go is 20 tiny dinies. Looks like because Holly White's throwing gifts, we might almost be there. So that's good. Let's see what else we got. What else we got? I need to restart my computer. Hang on one sec.